And we're back for another day of Satisfactory. I did play a little bit off stream, but not a whole lot. Been struggling today. But I got started on the coal plants, which actually I was going to do some stuff over there with. Let's see, what all do we have under architecture? Not everything I would like. What's our supply of... Oh, I already spent all those. Never mind. Never mind then. Gotta have to make do with something even cheaper. Clear designer. So I'm thinking I want to go ahead and set up. We're not going to be able to go too crazy with it because we can't fly or anything. I wanted to put some beams on the sides, but I forgot that I don't have those, so. Something to stand on. And a couple of conveyor poles. The reason for the beams on the side is so that those would be supported. And then, let's see, I think if I just place something temporarily here. And I think I could put belts there. And then we do this. This I'm just going to leave it in miscellaneous. We're going to call it the coal belt. Wait, no, I need... Yeah. Forgot to do one other thing. I need to put the power connections as well. One there. One there. That way, it also can carry the power to those. And then we call it the coal belt. Coal plant belt supports. Save the blueprint. I put some sloops in the constructors that are making our steel beams for the time being. I'm thinking I want to get the steel plant redone and go ahead and put all of our two out of the three space elevator parts are steel adjacent, so I thought I'd temporarily put them over there. And then I'm also thinking, after getting the coal plant running, I might turn the smart plate factory back on and just sink all of the smart plates for a while. Because we're going to need coupons. And right over here, this is one of the things that I dislike about not being able to do things about certain structures. Those rocks cannot be blown up. I'm pretty confident in that. So I have to build up and over in order to get the floor to be flat enough. Because I can't actually destroy that. Also, before I get too carried away, I did forget to attach these blueprints to each other with power. And the way it's set up, one fully overclocked water extractor will do up to 6. Go ahead and hook these all up together first before I go downstairs. And that's all of those. And I don't have anything for the final set, so for now, it's not gonna produce anything or use any power, so I got all the belts up to here. I think we're good on that, but as far as I can go on that. In my previous playthrough, where I was doing the paving over Paradise Island, I actually set up a blueprint with conveyor belts on it, And painted an arrow on the concrete so that I could see which direction the belts go. Now I've got the belts over here. I was thinking about using the tractors, but I got thinking, well, you would need to fuel the tractors to get them over there. And then I looked, and there is a coal node, but it's like really hard to get to and awkwardly placed, and we're going to go around this way. Blueprints, scope plans. Actually, I could probably just put it right there. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I'll only do it in 90-degree increments. Let's do that. Right there, I think. I don't have the half foundations at the moment, do I? No. Because otherwise you could do that, but I don't have that, so. And then here's one of my favorite features. Auto connect. But they ought to work. And then one of the reasons for the nubs is so that I can do that. So I can go and connect them together. Unfortunately, that's going to be an issue too, but this way we can actually connect to the other ones. And then I do have an idea for a surround to put on the around the miners, but I went really short because it looks weird when you go at slopes like this where it's flat for a stretching, but it connects to the curve. Wanted to keep it short. It's been sitting there for a while.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. Their weaponized plasma is most likely stored as a stable chemical substance in an organ close to their mouth, and only turns volatile when exposed to one of the chemical elements in the air. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
There's a spider remainder somewhere as well. I think I was going to go this way with it. I did miss Boss Man's stream. He started playing Foundry. I'm gonna have to go back for materials so I can get some concrete here. Yeah, we made it part way there. Thought I had more on me than I do. That's one of those other things I keep doing. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna need concrete. Still gonna be kind of roller coastery because of the terrain, but I would have preferred to do something along the lines of what I've got for these other 4 miners, but with the difference in terrain, that'd be a pain to figure out where to place it, so I have opted to do it this way. Just kind of ends there for the moment. But it goes all the way there, and then it drops down. And I'm thinking I want to do supports under the middle where the actual conveyor poles are. Drawing a blank. No! I'm also a tad groggy, so... In all honesty, I was actually surprised I was up in time for this. Because the way I was feeling earlier. A touch groggy, yeah. The biomass should be enough to start the coal plant. Now, I was looking on the wiki because there are certain buildings where it's more efficient to overclock or underclock the higher tier building than to build the next tier up. But with the miners, that's not the case. There is actually a different reason to go with using the Mark IIs for this instead of the Mark Is. And it's mostly to conserve power shards. Because if I use the Mark I, I need all 3 power shards to be in it. But with this, I only need 1 per. Go grab more materials. Nice thing with biomass burners is if there's no power draw, they don't burn anything. I'm gonna start by coming over here and grabbing some concrete. Concrete. And how much do I have in spirit remains? 2. Alright, I'll go research that tea real quick. Research the 1, then go turn it into protein, and then capsules, and shove it into the machine. While I'm here. Also, I ran out of hard drive scannable for the moment.
The remains researched belong to an organism that tends to nest near objects emitting specific types of resonance. Spitters are called as such due to their ability to create and spit plasma across long distances. Spitter remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Won't be a whole lot of points, but it's more than 0, so... Let's see, over here. And that. I don't even think that's enough for a coupon. Maybe it is. Eventually I do need to do that. The main reason I don't have any of them hooked up like that right now is just because, as it stands right now, we don't have power capacity to keep it going indefinitely. I figure while I'm over, might as well go all the way to the temporary .tm steel setup and grab some beams. Which We have some, but I don't know that is enough. I have some ideas for detailed decoration stuff. I just haven't made it that far. Eventually I'll be doing it in between, but I need more of the parts first to be able to do everything I want. Like, I need beams and some stuff to do the surround for the miners. That'll be plenty for a while. Not indefinitely, but for a little while. We'll see how far we get today. Also, how many did my keyboard? Better grab some more. When we get back to base, we should probably grab some more cable. More cable. And before I grab from the fresh supply, I'm going to check those other boxes. Cause yes, it's a disorganized mess, I know. Alright, none in there. Don't need a ton of cables, but we will need some, so. You know what? I should probably grab more rods. Ding, so we're gonna have to go over there actually. Grab some more rods and back up. I know where that dismantle crate is, it's just in a place that's a pain to get to right now. I'll go get it when I do the... I think I'll do that when I finally get the platform set up for our rail line. Also, I did go do a little bit more tree chopping because we need biomass for our biomass burners. The idea is it's going to be 6 sets of 18 coal gens. Two would be exactly the replacement for our large biomass setup, but we need more power than that because we're trying to add stuff, and that's already pretty close to the actual max we can have. If I remember right, just the smart plate factory by itself draws like 2,200 or something like that. So we need more than that. Alright, back to our festivities. Bean, you're walking through my conveyor belts. Pause and have a sip IRL. It's an interesting perspective watching somebody play a factory game for the first time when you have thousands of hours of experience yourself. The big thing to remember is that you were there once too. About there. I think it went like through there. But we need to go down that way. This way. Come on now. Because both of them are like right there. Something like that. There will be a power pole in between there at some point. And the nice thing about this being a blueprint, aside from the blueprint connect mode that was introduced in 1.1, it also means I have it available for other things later. And that's where that ends. Alright. And I know I need technically 19 water extractors because 2 sets of 9 for each side of the coal generators, and then 1 for the water tower. If you're trying to conserve on power, a good way to do that is to use the water tower technique. And then you just plug everything in and then it works. And it's like, oh yeah. Like I'm going to make a blueprint for that too. For the water tower connections, we're going to have to get over there first. And I think that's going to have 1 meter foundations pointing over and then the holes. I know, there's some issues with the floor holes with water pipes, but I doubt they're going to reach from down below all the way up to there. So we're going to want 1 meter foundation to either side of that. And then we're going to need to put a bunch of pipe holes in that. One there and one there. Floor holes. Same thing over here. Because each of the sections takes 3 pipes. Technically, it's only 270 water, but I'm thinking just go all in. And then over here. I'm pretty sure that'll work for the pipe. Yeah. I have it up there because if you do it too low to the ground, it won't connect at all. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side as well. So it's right on the edge of the... Alright. These are all the supply lines for the water. And the main reason for the neatness of this versus the biomass burners is just because this is probably going to be around a lot longer than biomass burners are. And so unless this is all hooked up, it's probably going to be removed entirely. I can't actually put the... how high up the... I can't put the water tower in yet because I need to know how high up the highest point is going to be. Because you need that to be above the top of everything. Food buffer. Yeah, we have the small one at the moment. I don't have all the signs and stuff unlocked, so... I am going to run over there and make the water tower connection. And I'm thinking I want to use the new T-junctions. Because I think I know how it'll go. Blueprints everywhere. Blueprints as far as the eye can see. I'll probably want to turn off auto connect mode for those though. And I think I'm going to swap the two side paths with 1 meter foundations for the time being. And then run the pipes on those. So watching a guy play, it's one of the things I do off camera when I'm playing. I watch other people, and there's a guy I've been watching. That he does load balancing, which is I actually appreciate a lot. And the way he does his trains is he load balances them at the end, at the point of delivery. And I'm like, I tend to prefer balancing at the point where you're actually using the stuff. That's not right. Let's try that side. Mostly I need that to place another one of these. Right there. And then that could go either direction. water tower connection. Yep. I tend to load balance my trains on the supply side just so that it doesn't matter what train car you use, they're all going to have the same amount per minute. Like in 2 playthroughs ago, I had it on a server, and I'm not sure what the issue is for me connecting to a server on my own network, but it's very laggy with Satisfactory. Anyways, and I had a sulfur train with a lot of cars, and I went and connected everything up, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm 1 belt short. Where's my extra belt? And then I found it, and I was like, well, you know, advantage of it being the same amount per car is that it actually doesn't matter which car it comes off of. They're all the same. Regardless. So, what I'm thinking to do the spacing on the pipes with how far apart they, because it's not going to reach the whole way down. I'm pretty sure. Is find how far down it'll go and then use that to place the place another foundation. And there's not really any room to do that on there, so. Okay, let's do the next step then. Which is going to require it going over there because it's 3 meters up. It's too tall. But I want it lower down for lining up with the water extractors. Tis the nature of a game like this. It just takes a lot of time. Okay. And then that'll work. And since I'm not actually sure how far over I'm going to have to go, I am just going to go all the way. All the way up to this rock over here. I think that's where we're going to go. Maybe not that one then. A little bit further than we can go with it because we still do have to actually have that as well. Same thing over here. I was thinking I'd be able to place another one on top, but I don't think that's actually going to be doable. Because I'm pretty sure that the pipes themselves are going to stick up too high. That's good to know. So we're going to have to fill that a bit further back. Because I want this to be fairly even. Yeah, that one's going to have to come forward. Well, maybe not. I think that one will be fine. But this one, I need to place one more of the 4s. I want both of those to be in the same position. This part gets tricky. So we're going to need a platform there. And then probably one like right there or so. Don't want to go too low because we do need to account for the curve of the pipes. I don't know. Let's see. Experimentation. And then the stackables. And I can't just jump around it. Let's check and see. Oh, that'll actually reach just fine. Okay, that makes that a little easier for us. I'm gonna have to get up top of that. Let's see, let's do that. Of course, my character is still running. So in theory, that's not... I want the floor holes. So in theory, I think I can go from the other side of that to the top of that. But we are going to need to get up top so that I can actually see what I'm doing. Or at least higher up. Temporary ladder. So that can be up top. And I don't have any copper on me. Fine, we'll do it that way. Back up we go. Because we need copper. Oh no, Ace, what'd you do? I need a lot of copper. But this is also why I got the copper sheets auto-produced. Aww. Alright, copper sheets. Gonna need a lot of copper. Do I have those on me? Nope. Okay. I'll have to run back and forth to grab that later. Headroom's a little lackey right there. I think it does that because the game thinks I'm trying to drag it, not click it. Eventually, we'll be finished with this. Just not yet. Actually, I was just thinking maybe I should put a catwalk across for the time being, so it's easier to get between the two. Not a technicality, I can survive landing on the platform down below. But I think I'm gonna go for the water. A little bit of... I'm gonna go over easy. Do this. Fan... No, no, no. No fans. Holes. So now I should have plenty of these. There was one place where I was building with floor holes, and for whatever reason, the pipe wanted to connect at 90 degrees. And I'm like, okay. There, and there. I shouldn't need this anymore. The ladder. I do need over here though. There, and there, and there. And I don't have them set up over here yet, so let's do that real quick. Get it connected. Like, that is weird. What even are you trying to connect to? That is really strange. I need to climb up there. Yeah, let's climb on up. I didn't go all the way up. Gotta be careful where I'm going. Not survive. Okay, I guess all three of them are like that. Yep. Okay, game. Okay, we'll switch things around. Ah! Fall off again. Let's try this again. This game, I'm pretty sure I don't want to connect it on that side. Running on, back up the hill. Because we need to swap some stuff out. We're going to need, I think it's rotors. For the actual water extractors. Alright, so we're going to need more rotors and reinforced plates. Just walk off the damage from earlier because we kept falling, you know. There's more iron over there. I'm pretty sure I have some of both in those bins that I've been dumping my inventory into. When I need more pocket space. I love the sounds, the stuff that they've done with this. There's some reinforced plates. 86 rotors. More than 0, but not quite enough. Rotors over there. Alright, and then the other thing I was going to do. Part of my watching other people is you pick things up. And so I know that you can use the lookout tower to line your water extractors up. No, I put them in my dimensional depot. We're good. I was worried about that for a second. Oh yeah, I also built one of those. And the reason why it's 19 and not 18 is because extractor number 19's only job is to push water up to the water tower, which I don't have plumbed or built yet. So this should be interesting. I fully expect there to be problems with the water, so I think I want to try putting the first one over here. Player is in the way. Yes, I know. Thank you for noticing. And then we put a water extractor right there. Because I'm pretty sure that will reach.
That may indeed be water. Try submerging your arm. If it does not dissolve,
Right,
that will narrow down the range of possibilities. Or you could just pipe it to a coal-powered generator and see what happens.
And down. Will that pipe connection work is the question. And then everybody's favorite activity, trying to connect to that. Oh, thank goodness that does connect. And then this is the hardest one right here. Oh, that is beautiful. Just beautiful. It's like a beauty. It helps if you grab those out of your dimensional depot first, and then technically it only needs to be 270, but I'm gonna just go all the way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it fits perfectly. Oh, like a glove. Oh, I love it when things light up like that. I think that's about how we got the other one lined up. I'm not sure if that was the correct direction. It looks like. Oh, man. The alignment on this. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Down, 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 down. I am really happy with how this is working out. Nope, nope, nope. Come on now. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then back there. The hardest part is going to be attaching the water tower connection because it's underneath the platform. And over there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. This has got to be the most beautiful alignment I've ever had. Oh. Oh. I'm just... Yeah. Soothes the brain. Let's grab some of those. And then So I think this will reach. I'm not sure about the next one though. Oh hey, it reached. Nice. And then we need the stackables. Two in there. So I believe that should just go straight to there and fall off the pipe, because, you know, that's just how we are. And then I know that this is where it starts getting wonky. Let's see. I think that'll work. That one does need to have a little bit more support further down. There. And that is mostly because of the whole... There's the other 3 pipes as well. One there, one there, and one there. And then we connect that to there. Nope. Gonna need a little bit more supportage for the last 2 in this set. And then I think that one works just fine. I think I can reach that from here. And I don't want water extractor on one pipe. It's gonna be tricky to do, but they all do need to get connected. So there to there. One at a time. Over there to there. On the water because, you know. Felt like going for a swim, I guess. I would actually say this has probably been the cleanest setup I've ever done for coal. I was happy with the one I had in the 2 saves ago. I mean, that is like the epitome of perfect alignment. Oh, that soothes the brain. Yep, right there. Do it again on this side. Right there, and then over to the edge. And then we do the same thing over again. Water extractor. It's a little off from where I want it to be. I guess that's just gonna have to be how it is. Trying it up there instead. Oh, No, that's perfect. Perfection. Let's see, so I need 8 times. Oh boy. We don't have enough power shards for all of the water extractors on hand. I have enough, just I'm gonna have to go back to base to grab the rest. Because they're in a storage box that's inside of the hub. The most beautiful power water extractor placement I've ever had. Oh. And then one more. Invalid placement? Oh no! It's in the rocks, isn't it? Oh. Actually, remove that and it should still place. Yep. Still places. So I have like 1 power shard left? No. I have 0 power shards. I need to go fix that. Because that's going to be a problem. I didn't put them in the depot because I only have 1 stack right now. 1 stack skip it. No. No, I did do the second one. I just never put them in there. Never mind. Just a babbling fool. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Probably. Maybe. Also, I kind of need to check something on Discord here. Hold on. Right. We were planning a stream weekend originally, but not enough people actually signed up to do anything, so it's a bit changed. It's going to be just a co-op thing. I think I'm just going to feed the sulfur to the machine. It's not worth a lot. Never is, but you can just dump ore directly in it, so. As I do not need it, I'm going to put it there. I have more. They just weren't in my depot. And since it's just the 2 machines, I'm just going to shove it directly in there. Instead of doing the copy-paste thing. Just keep running, just keep running. Sometimes the slope looks like you should be able to climb it and you can't, and then other times the slope looks like you shouldn't be able to climb it and you can climb it. And it's like, okay then. So it should just be these two. Yeah. That is fine. 300 per minute. Need all of those. And then the same thing with the blueprint, but we're going to swap it around. Or not. Oh. We don't. Okay. Four. That way when... I think this is going to be perfect. Nope. Need to go that way. Go down. I need to go horizontally. That, that. Over one. I think I needs to go over, yeah. Okay, so then we connect it into the pipe. And the only exception to how these are all oriented is going to be the one for the water tower. It's going to have to be back a bit, but yeah, it should be fine. And we're out of copper sheets, because of course we are. Okay, back we go. I am so loving the way these are lining up. For those watching my VOD wondering who I got that trick from, the channel name on YouTube is Moodita, or Moo for short. That's where I picked up using... I need more cover sheets just to build that. The whole use the lookout tower to line up your water extractors. It dials it in perfectly. The hardest pipe to run is going to be the one connecting the two halves together. Because I think what I want to do is at the end towards the pillar that leads everything up is the one that's connected to the water tower, and then the other end is what I'm going to use for the actual connecting it around the whole thing. I've watched several channels. Some of them I don't care much for, but others have been really like, that's interesting. I never thought of doing that. And you pick up your building tips and tricks from various other people. It's actually how I learned how to use the trains as well. I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. So you watch a bunch of other people and then go, oh, that's how that works. I think because I gotta go work on that side, I'm gonna just jump off on that side. It takes time, but the end result is so worth it. I just wish the top lined up better. Yeah. Yeah. Terribly focus is right here. Alright. Did I put the supports there? Yes, I did. For the next section. Step and pull. A little closer to that than I would prefer, but it'll work. So that one should just reach to there. I think it's this one. It's the first one that doesn't reach, so we need more pipeline supports. I mean, technically, I suppose that would be needed to. Line it on a belt. And that one's going to be just out of reach. Yep. I think we can grab that from below. Nope. This part's going to be the tough part because I need to get it from there to over there. Ah, crap. Fell in the water. I really hate that. I did say this would be the hardest part. Well, one of the harder parts. That looks to be about right. There we go. Using the fact you can swim like that to verify. Yep. From there to there. Dang it. Only because you can't build while swimming. I don't think it actually technically matters, but I do it this way because I like the way it hides it better. How many times are we going to fall into water? Dang it. And this is the last part over here. I'm not going to do anything with it just yet, but we do need one more water extractor. Right there. Let's see, I think, what if I connect it to the wall first? Like there, and then again over there, I'm thinking. That actually works really nicely. And this is where daisy chaining is really nice. I think I'm going to do that here as well. Doesn't look as nice because of the way the power nub on the building is, but it works. 'Cause technically, I believe it's on the other side of it. Yep. Yeah, that's 380 megawatts right there. I don't even know how high up this needs to go. So we've got the water pipes up to there. Alright. Then we're going to... there will be pipeline pumps added at some point, just not yet. And by doing it that way, I only need to add pumps to one pipeline. So I think I want to grab the next set of coal gens and put them up there, because I think that's going to be the highest point. So, coal plant, the actual coal plant, it's 6 of these. And then we're going to get them all up there. Because it's 18 coal gens, because we're doing the full T70 belt. And since it's load balanced, it'll all fire up a lot quicker than if we were using a manifold. In my previous playthrough where I was paving over Paradise Island, I ended up doing a manifold on my coal gens. Not because I wanted to. And it does work. But I ended up doing a manifold because there just wasn't room to do the proper load balancing. It takes up a little bit of room. Even if I were to do trickery with, like, using the lifts and then trying to center it, that still was more room than I had. Not because I didn't want to. For the time being, I think I'm going to drop off our steel. Well, no, we're going to need it. Never mind. I was going to drop off the steel beams, but I was like, actually, we're going to need that. Cable. And then our buckets are almost completely full. Grab a second round of that just to be sure. I'd rather have too much cable than not enough. So with this, we don't actually need to go down below. We do this from up above. And this will tell me how high up I need the water tower to actually go. I prefer using the industrial bins, or the industrial fluid buffers for my water towers, but we don't have those unlocked yet, and I can't get them just yet. I believe you need manufacturers, because I think you need heavy modular frames to be able to unlock it. But it's also in a higher tier anyway, so wouldn't matter. I'm hoping to get this all up and running before end of stream. At least start the... There's a ladder right here somewhere, isn't there? I'm going to put it on the end so that way it's easier for me to get up. Plus I'm going to want it to be like down here. Ladder. I'm gonna need to turn off all those. Maybe I don't. So this we're gonna want to just do blueprints that snaps to the other blueprint. Put it back there. Nudge it that way. So I think that's what I did over there. So, and then we can connect these together. For building things like this, as well as the old smart plating factory, I am loving having the ability to daisy chain my machines. And then every other blueprint needs to be connected together via pipe as well. So that one does, but that one does not. This one does. Those don't. And then those ones do. I mean, it's the right spot, but not facing the right direction. And it's gonna be like right here. I think that was correct. Yeah, looks right. As centered as I can get it to go. That's straight mode. there. Alright, and then I'm going to bring this all the way to the end. Back it off to there. Because we are going to need to do the elevator thing here. A little bit easier since it's at the edge. I mean, that should work. We're gonna need a couple more of these just to matchy. And then conveyor belt goes to there. And this one goes to the last section of coal gens. And technically we don't need that one on the far edge here. Don't need that one. Boy. A full tile, just about. So that would be just about a full tile? Yeah, because that's the edge of it right there. So the next batch should go right there. On the other side of this ladder. How does that? Is that flat enough? Looks like it is. Clicking it while it's red isn't going to do anything, so... For the moment, it's going to be a very grayish concrete box. For now. And I think it was 6 wide. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. So to there. And as much as possible, I think I want to keep most of it as at this level. It's going to be up above the ground a bit, but it's one of those things you got to just live with. Unfortunately. It is what it is. Yep. Oh wow, outer concrete. Of all things to run out of, I wasn't quite expecting that. I think I can still get up on the side there, but I'm going to have to bring that out the rest of the way and then go ahead and put a ladder on the end. Being roller skating. checking out my factory. Gonna have to see how it goes for this. But there will be an entry at some point. Check that coffee. Funnily enough, I don't drink coffee IRL at all. Alright, so we need 6 of those. And then I'm going to put a ladder back in the middle here. Pretty sure it's this block. That block right there. To make it easier on myself to get up and down, we'll put a ladder. I think we should be good on most of it. There's just only 3 more segments to go after this. And I know one of the other ones is also going to have to be elevated. Unfortunately. Let's see, Cable over there. Grab a little bit extra of that. I think I'll be good on that, but I'm gonna grab a little bit more. Just in case. And since there's no power poles, I can bump that right up against that. I'm gonna pull it out a little just so it's not. Well, actually. Not my fave, but I think that lines it up like how the others are all lined up. You forget that it has a slight overhang. It's gonna be a little wonky, but that's alright. Come on now, flip please. The power connections are completely hidden by virtue of them being buried in concrete. Looks like it's almost stepping it quite. So that connects that entire side together. These two, but not those two. These two, but not those two. And then these two. There and over here. And then one over here. Thereabouts. Alright, now. Getting an exact amount there is the trickiest part. Because it's very picky about that. It's a little further forward than I would have preferred, but that's okay. And then I think I can do a squished lift. Let's see, so I want the out facing that way. I think I need to go over a little more. And then we can do push the lift. That should be completely straight. And we're going to go ahead and do another squish lift here. Since it should line up exactly the same either way. I didn't get it. So, right position, I just need to scooch it over. Yeah, because that would be too far over. Alright, so let's get a point about that. There we go. And I think this one just needs to go up by one. Now I know you can jump up there. I think it's 20 and some change, like 25 something. Alright, I have to run over here and look. $23. So 2 stretches plus 3. And I believe that is 2 stretches. One, 2, and then 3 more. Of course. I can't quite get close enough that way. Nope. I think what it might call for is a little bit of forcing the platform around a little bit temporarily. Are you gonna come off of there? And then, of course, 6 wide, so we've already got it 2. Gonna have to run around underneath with the chainsaw, but wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, I think it's just 2 then. Specifically, the stuff sticking through. That's borderline. I'm gonna double check before I go and dump my pockets and grab more stuff for the next set of generators. There's a little bit there, and then that tree on the end. Alright. So this tree. And then a little bit over here. That one. Which I'm okay with because we're gonna need the biomass anyways. At least temporarily. Actually, I think I'm going to jump up top first. On top of the big platform of biomass burners, because I haven't actually checked that in a while. Should be using way less just because of not having that on, but at the same time, the usage is not zero. It's, that needs leaves. That also needs leaves. 1488. Throw it in there. Only 3 more sets of that to go. This container over here. And then cable. Lots of cable. And then we get to run the pipework, because that also has to be run to the generators themselves. And then I'll have a height for my water tower. We might actually be able to get the Kelgens online. I think I'm going to do a temporary, just plug them directly in. Since daisy chaining is a thing, I don't... It'll be not quite how I was hoping for, because I was hoping to run it off of a power nub that's connected separately, but it works. Also, I don't have any kind of power connection from top to the bottom, so that's gonna be fun. I'm not entirely sure, but I think the rest of it should... The terrain irregularities that I see, I think will fit inside of the platform, but maybe not. It's gonna be tight. Worth it, just a bit thinner than I prefer. Let this be spun around this way. That is the wrong edge. You need to go back that way. Alright, here we go. I would definitely argue so far out of the 1.2 features, this has been one of my favorites. this to that one. That and that, but not that. And then the two over here. There, and then over here. And right there should be a last spot, which is way closer to that edge than I was hoping for. But it is the correct alignment. Into... Did I not go a full 6 over? No. That's why it feels a little tight. There's supposed to be one more rip. My bad. I think that's gonna have to be this level too. And there we run that over to there. And then we grab our lift and drop it down here. That is actually all of that. Right? 2, 3. Yeah. I wonder why that one, and I might have just forgot to put it. Just to make sure it goes over the top of that. I think I'm gonna pick up a little concrete too on this next run. It's getting a little thin here. Have to trim one more tree. Nope. Ow. Dump that into the other box. I'm gonna pick up some concrete while we're there. see, I'm gonna jump up there first. And I believe it was the far one is out of leaves. So what I'm gonna do is get hung up on the machines, because, you know, it's also part of the experience. And then let's see, wood and leaves. And the reinforced blades. Getting regular iron plates, which is this box. Yes. And cable. And then grab a few stacks of concrete. After I have a quick swig of my beverage. All right. Over this way, because concrete. Because we need to build one more platform, and then after that, I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do detail-wise for this, but we'll see. I can't go as crazy as I'd like because of the whole not having everything I need. Should be enough. Focus on getting it built first, and then we worry about the pipe work. And it's just chilling there. And the next step is hooking up all the water pipes. And we have a lot of them. Yes, game, thanks for telling me. I already knew it. I need to line this up exactly where I want it before we get started. There. There. And that gives us the full tile and a half, which is what we want. Only because the terrain doesn't quite work with it. All the coal gens will be attached to each other. I think the easiest way to connect power from top to bottom would be to use the oops. I don't want that. Would be to use the elevator, but I don't have that, and we don't have enough ones to get it either, so. There, and there. And then one more over here. there. Move it to the end. And then it connects to the one below. Like so. One more set. And then we plumb it up. I'm hoping to finish this. And it needs it. Alright, so gotta be on nice these first. And then we need 6 more of these, which is going to need me to go back down there again. I don't think I need more concrete at this point. Yeah, there's a couple of stacks left in my pockets, so we should be good on that. What we will need a lot of is copper sheets. Copper sheets, iron plates, iron rods. Because those are involved in the pipeline stuff, as well as the concrete that I do have in my pockets. Let's see, I think it's 2,700 per pair of sets, because it's 18 times that. I think 18 times 75, 1350, 1350 times 2. 2 is 2,700, so the whole thing times 3. We should have 8.1 gigawatts off of that when it's all running. I'm not sure how much it's going to use, but I'm pretty sure it's not anywhere near that. Actually, I think the way I'm going to run the power is when I set up the pipeline pumps. That way I've already got the power going up and down, and I just have to plug it into the power grid. All right, one last trick for the generators themselves, and then we're gonna have to run the pipelines, which is its own thing. It'll take some time. It's gonna be interesting figuring out how I want to route it. It's only 3 pipes per section, so shouldn't be too bad. The whole thing should be full of water long before the coal gets up to it. I think, if I do it right. Last section of coal gens. I'll complain about that, but I don't care. Next it's up, I'm gonna get up here. That is all of those connected. That one, but not that pair. That pair, but not that pair. And then that pair. There and there. And then one over here. This way a little bit. Should be good. And I'll be able to put this steel beams away for a moment. Because we're not going to be needing them for a little bit. I don't know why. Sometimes it decides it wants to go that way and sometimes it won't. Okay. And we run it over there. And put 26 over here. And that's it on the belt work. Okay, the next step is going to be the water pipes, but I'm going to go shuffle my inventory around first. We'll get to that in a moment. Because I want to get some of the stuff that I'm not going to need for that out of my pockets, and then we're going to need a bunch of stuff in my pocket. We're going to need a whole lot of copper sheets. Most of these steel beams I need to dump for the time being. Where goes into the pipeline pumps? Rotors? Okay. So we'll hang on to those. I shouldn't need the reinforced plates or anything. So that'll help to be able to eliminate those. That's not where that goes. That's what goes there. That goes up there. there. We are going to need that and that. Put that in my pocket. Shuffle things around because we are going to need cable. We're going to need a little bit of that for the power. I don't think I actually need to steal pipes for anything either. That or that. We're going to mostly need a bunch of copper sheets as well as iron. And plates. Yeah, we should probably pick up more. More of that as well as that. Iron plates over here. And a little bit more on the iron rods if there's available. Or maybe not. Wow. Somehow we're not producing enough iron rods, which doesn't surprise me that much, actually. I mean, it's going. It's just... 30 a minute, and it uses 15. Bump that up a little. Just a smidge. What I'm thinking is that I'll be able to do horizontal to vertical and then have it go off to the side, but we'll have to see. There should be room for 3 pipes in the width. Should be, being the operative thing here. And then we should have enough stuff to make a bunch of pipeline pumps. I think I have the stuff to make that too. No, that's what I needed a modular frames for. Before I get all the way up there, let's go around back and grab those then. If we do need them, I should probably have them on me. Good thing I checked. It's like, oh yeah, it does actually need that. I do a lot of that in this game. Like, I don't think I need that right now. Checks thing. Oh, I guess I do need that. Never mind. Get our water tower after that. I want to get the pipes connected from the coal gens all the way back first, but then we go back down to the bottom and start working our way back up with the... We're going to, I think, use the wall. I think I'm going to use the wall nubs and put those next to the pipeline pumps. And just work our way up. Although I suppose with the daisy chaining, I think the pipeline pumps actually can connect directly to each other as well. Let's start with doing this part. I have to put my other water, drink. So hold on while I look at what I'm doing. So we want that to go there. It doesn't actually clip, it just acts like it's going to. It's too long. Aww. Right idea, I just need to make it a little shorter. Drag in. There we go. And then I also want to connect it over here, obviously. Ever so slightly different. I don't know, will that work if I just go from there to there? Yes. That part won't matter because the water tower will make sure that the highest point is elsewhere on the line. And then we have this monstrosity. Well, here we go. This is going to be the worst set to do the pipes up. I think it was right in there. And there we have just straight from there to there. Don't need the bottom ones because they're already where they need to go. I think I might use the top row there just because it's like right next to it. That I think can just connect straight from there to there. This is one of those situations where I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get it to go the way I want. How about from there to there? That just doesn't work at all. Gosh darn it. That part is fine. It's the other part I'm struggling with here. So that still doesn't work because of that. And no matter where I put that, I think it's going to overlap with that. Actually, that might work. It says it's clipping, but it's not actually clipping, so... Alright. Climb back up here. I got it centered correctly there, so... There. That's all of those ones. Oh. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. I am struggling with this pipe specifically. What if I came over here first? Just a little bit forward with it. A bit forward with it first and then go up. I think that'll work. Do you mind being? I'm trying to work here. There to there, there to there. It doesn't really make a whole lot of difference. Okay, we'll do it that way then. Because that's almost perfectly level. Alrighty. Not actually sure how high up we're going to be going with that. Out of iron rods. Well, I thought I would run out of something. I just was not expecting it to be that. I think I'm gonna... connect that one to the top. It's had a few minutes to percolate. Let's see if we have more of those. It's completely imbalanced, and I never calculated the rate. I just slapped it down. But this is why I need to redo all of the factory of factories. Because right now, we're not making enough of the pieces we need. For some things. Some things we're not making enough, others we're making, like, way too many. We're inching ever closer to being done with this part. How be our rod supply? Is this bin over here? Yay, we actually have one. That might not be enough, but it's actually building up a little bit, which is good. Better to have overabundance than a deficit of a bunch. It just needs to run long enough for the coal plant to kick in, and then we can start cutting off the biofuel. I think I'm going to use the power towers to bring it over. But we're not there quite yet. A little at a time, still need to finish this part off. Yeah, if we're doing that, I suppose I could just cut those off and use the materials from that. Now I think about it. So, this block, I think. Yeah, I think I want that to be on straight, actually. So right there would be the next set. Yeah, I think it's the same with that. Maybe not. Over to there. Oh. Almost. I don't have half foundations to nudge that over either. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to move it, but we're going to do it this way. I should have the parts on me to do this because I just picked them up. Really? Yeah. So that one's gonna have that same problem. And since I can walk right underneath. Because otherwise this one's gonna have that same problem. I need 16 for whatever reason. That's gonna drive me nuts. I'm gonna go ahead and go grab it. I don't need a lot, but just a smidge over, which is weird since it should be the same length. I don't get it. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Oh well. Yep, I gotta run back one more time. Just for a little bit more steel. But I don't have to go quite as far because I dumped it over here, so. You're fine. We'll grab some of that. In case we need to make any more belt adjustments, which I don't think we will. It's really hard to say. But it'd be better to go ahead and do this before we finalize all the plumbing. At least I think it would be. Okay, so let's fix that first. And then we have this fun. I think if I just went straight, it'd probably work. Eh. Yeah. Got a slight wiggle to it, unfortunately. through there, please. Thank you. And then we don't need that top row of those either. I think I'll reach there. And put one more over here. So that is that part all the way to the end. It's one of those, it's just ever so slightly off because I didn't line it up based on the stackable pipe support. I based it on that's how high up a wall goes. That actually straight up and down is the question. Yes, indeed it is. Not the support, the wall support. And then we go further up with that. I'm going to climb up to the top because I need to be up there for this last little bit of it. Because we're going to need to have the actual tower as well. Probably use, I'm thinking use the actual concrete foundations to measure it. Hardest part, I have to run all the way to the end and then come back. Right up. It's complaining because I'm going the wrong way to that. For sure we need to go all the way up to there. And then I need to know how high up we need to go with that. Probably pretty high up, actually. Did he? I can't quite jump up there. Let's see, I'm gonna bring it over here. Come on now, I'm sure I can jump that high, right? I think right there would be perfect. Don't actually need to go to there, do I? No, that is the end of it. Yeah. Then do a temporary ladder up to the very top. And then eventually I think I want to run the and then the rest of that is just make it easier for me to put the pumps in. And then that piece goes away too. Okay, so we need a pipeline pump. We're gonna need quite a few. And then we're going to climb back up again because I want to stick that up there. Don't think it made a whole lot of difference because it's mostly going to be the pumps. Eventually what I'm going to do is when I have access to the frame foundations, I'm going to just run that straight down. Which should work. I'd love to use the Mark II pumps, but I don't have them yet, so. Or pipes. But with everything working correctly, we're gonna have it should be fine. Is it on the Thursday side today? Anyway, the main reason to leave this platform here for the moment is so that I can put another pump in. I think I only need one more. Oh. Yeah, I won't show you past that point. That's all one continuous grid. 408 is what we're going to be using. And then we find out we didn't connect something we should have. Because that's usually how that goes. Need to get all of the miners attached as well. But I'm going to save that for the other part. When I do get the actual surround part designed and built. I'm going to go do the same thing at the other end. And then I think I'm temporarily going to keep the miners actually disconnected just so that I can get the water up first. So I want those pipes full long before I get any coal going. And then it'll just take time. The two connected to these two miners is going to take a while for the coal to get there, but once it's going, it'll be fine. And I think the way I'm going to do it is that very last power pole that ties the two systems together to the water extractors, I'm going to just cut that line off. About 500 megawatts. That's not too bad. Until it starts with the overclocks and then it goes way up. You know, why don't I? While I'm running back, let's connect these to the ground. Shouldn't be too bad. It's the whole, it's on a slope thing, so. Yeah, it looks like it's attached, but it's not. That one should be fine, I think. I connect it anyways. If it shows up at all on there, I'm going to go ahead and detach it. the water going first. And I'm going to do it up at this end for my sake. That is for my own sanity. I don't think I have the stuff to do power towers. Well, probably do a couple of them. We're coming up on a lot of running back and forth. I think I'm going to connect it on that end because it's closer. I think. Closer being relative, of course. My default is to want to connect it in the middle, but lumpy terrain. Probably all get moved around at some point, but over to there. Then we run back over because I don't want to monitor that. And then we're going to have to head back and forth a few more times. It'll take a little while for all the pipes to fill. I suppose I can walk up that. And then we wait. Starting to fill up. It'll take a little while. Really? Right? Really? I want the pipes to be filled all the way before we hook up the miners to it. But with the water tower, it only takes like 8 pumps instead of whatever, just times the whole 18 pipes. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pumps instead of 7 to 18. 126. It doesn't use nearly as much power. The flow rate should drop to 0 and it's no longer able to push more. Yep. So all the machines are full of water up to that point. Alright. Let's go check further down. A little bit of activity, so it's still got a little bit to go. It's getting there. In theory, it should be 270 water a minute, and we're pushing 300 into it, so the water should never be a problem. If I remember right, the math works out to where one more coal gen and you need 305 water a minute, and then you're back to where you would be by default. I actually can't get up there. Let's put a ladder. Nope, that's not a ladder. That's a fan. So I can check the actual status of this. It should fill up eventually. But let her fill up all the way. Which means there's somewhere that still needs a little bit more water. But I'm waiting until this is completely full and it stops draining. Which it will eventually. Because it's got to fill up all those buffers and all the pipes and then all those buffers and all those pipes. believe both the fill rate and the drain rate will drop to 0 when it's completely full and there's nowhere for water to go. Let it finish doing its sloshing thing. It's not that the sloshing is bad, it's that the amount of it is way massively excessive. 0 and 0. So, we should be good. I'm going to leave that letter for the moment. Time to hook up the coal. Probably not good. Get out of the water, please. Thank you. We should still be good because we should still have the 3,150 capacity. And those ones will just take a while because the belts are just that much longer. Boy, I'm glad you didn't interfere with that. In that Mine Mogul game, I think it would. It's one of those, oh, because all the objects are physics objects even when they're on the belt. So they're starting to go that way. There we go, going this way. And you see a little bit of the coal flowing, which I like. Kind of wish that that part was facing the other way. But it's one of those, I can't really do anything about that. It makes up its mind about which direction it's going to go, and then it just goes that way. Like these. That's good. That means that it is actually going through. It'll still be a minute or two, but it should start kicking on. It'll take me a minute to get up there. Oh, and then I have to go to the other side as well. I hear gold gens, that's a good sign. Nope. Missed entirely. That's about right. It's about half the power plant. And that one's just going to take a while because the coal still has to get all the way from way over there to over here. P and R. Yeah, it's not over here yet. There it goes. Yeah, it's 270, but they're all set to 300, so. Here a little bit, we should start seeing power jump up again. If everything is hooked up correctly. It'll still take a minute, but it'll all turn on, and then we can go do the other part that I was going to do. Basically just hook up the smart plating factory again. Not quite all the way there yet. Almost. 8,100. And that is coal power. I'm of course going to probably want to monitor it. I want to check on things like this regularly. That should basically always stay filled. But, yay! There's also the other thing I haven't done, which is get the zip line. I went with the platform ones because of that, but also they both cost the same, so. Little at a time. I think I'm going to connect it to the power tower instead of anywhere else. But now everything should be running just fine. Okay, let's jump. Well, maybe not. Maybe not dump our pockets. Let's go see what it costs to get that Caterium tree. My Caterium. Quick wire. Some quick wire. It's applied.
Zipline unlocked. When equipped, the zipline facilitates travel along power lines, regardless of whether the line is powered. Note: based on previous Pioneer events, Fixit recommends not using ziplines during thunderstorms and typhoons, or while drinking coffee.
Oh no! I've got both! Oh no! I should definitely have enough power though to be able to hook that up. I think before I do that, I'm going to go put a couple of awesome things, which I need. Reinforced plates, which were in that bin I was just looking at. Need that. I'm not going to go with the smart splitters, though. Not right now. Coupons for now, and I'm gonna mess with cleaning stuff up too here, so. Just that up to 2107, which should be fine because I'm pretty sure my 8100 is more than that. Yeah, 8,100. The full capacity being 11,000, but I am going to start tearing it down. That's everything all at once. It'll take a minute, but we should start getting tickets on the regular. I'm going to start with dismantling the upper level, I think. And I think I want to dismantle that before I do the next thing, which is probably going to be something around along the lines of we're going to put the biomass into storage bins. I'd say we should wait for daylight, but I'm not sure what point of the night we're at. So I don't actually know. I think it's there. I should be able to do that and not have it all suddenly die. Yeah. So now I can go and dismantle the upper level. So this. This will take a little bit of time. I'm gonna pile it up in boxes. Yeah, our pockets are completely filled. I'm gonna have to dump some of it on the ground for a moment. I'd put it in there, but that box is full. Okay, I could probably temporarily put down one of these. Let's grab stuff and make a couple of big bins. We'll need the solid biofuel later is why I'm holding on to it. Because then we use it for liquid biofuel. Now I'm going to put it right here. These steel beams short. And we got more of that. Don't think I can build much more than one more bin with what I have, but that's okay. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna help any. Chew pipes. That's gonna be all of those. I think I'm just gonna dump the rest of it over here. It'll take a minute, but that's fine. I know a lot of people will say stuff like you should leave the biofuel generators, but I'm like, not really. Because there's only one point at which you actually will have issues with the power grid dying on you, and all of those are the kind of problem that it's the problem exists between keyboard and monitor. Kind. The old stuff. Much quieter without the biomass burners. I mean, that means our buckets are completely filled. were. Okay, I guess that might have been from the previous batch. Yeah. Aside from being fuel for the chainsaw, you also need it for liquid biofuel. Also, I'm using it as fuel for my Explorer as well, so... Alright, we'll dump that into there. And then dump the rest of this over there. And get back to deleting. We're definitely getting there. Slowly. Most of the poles are going to be over this way. A little bit more steel pipe and steel beam. Because I want to go ahead and get all of those into those giant ones. I think one more based on how much I've got left is probably going to be enough. Probably. We'll tear down the old stuff before we can build the new stuff. I'm thinking part of my conversion is I'm going to switch this over to solid steel, and then I'm going to use the molded pipes. So I know there's at least one limestone node right here somewhere. Or no, it's up on the other side of that pillar. But there is actually a limestone node around here. Oh, also the other thing was to go and grab the SAM node down there. Since I can get through the gas pillars now. That was the other thing I was going to do. Yeah. But that other dismantle grid is way far away. The only reason I'm disassembling this instead of doing my other plan is because of the fact that I kind of sort of it's in the middle of where I want to build some other stuff, so the bottom layer can stay, that layer can't. A little at a time. And I think I might grab another bin. Set up another bin just for the biomass. For that. So I don't think I'm going to need any of it in my pocket anymore. And then the rest should be just like wood and leaves. Yeah. Wood, leaves, and I'm gonna put and then put this there. Because we're gonna end up with more than we need. There. And then climb up and start grabbing the rest of that. The leaves are probably not going to be very full, so. I have no more leaves, but I have lots of wood. Alright. And then take on the platform after I drop off some stuff. The rest of that can go over here. 4, which is 4 more than I had before, so. Climb up one more time, and then we're going to set the filter to concrete. And then I'll have a pocket full of concrete. Also, I think I want to grab a couple stacks of this. Although thinking about it, maybe I should just stuff it into my, put it in there. Since we aren't going to be using it all the time, I don't think. I mean, don't mind me. Just removing this obstruction. It's in the way. Bean, you got too close to the gas, didn't you? And the other part about all this is that we are going to need to just let it run. I might have to remove the smart plating factory too. That's actually surprisingly little stuff. But we made it to this point, sure. Put that in there. Dump the rest of this stuff into there. Among other things, I was thinking set up a temporary factory for making explosives as well. I don't want to get too carried away here because I've been running about 4 hours or so. But I have got most of what I wanted to do done. The main reason to me to use the smart plating for points is because the space elevator parts do tend to be worth more. Although, because of the fact that we've run through some turbo motors and I think I've run through some fused modular frames as well as cooling systems, the number of points needed is pretty high. Get them over here, check on this. Should be okay. Looks like it's doing fine. Render distance on the coal. Smoke. yellow light to be seen. That is nice and full, which is where we want it. Pretty sure all of those are working just fine. That's partially how I envisioned it. It's not completely there, but I mean, plans do need to change sometimes. You have to be flexible. The saying about no plan survives first contact with the enemy does not mean there should be a lack of planning, but rather you're going to probably need to be flexible. Plans are great, but they may have to change on the fly. So we have a lot of limestone. It's not necessarily where I need it. Worst case scenario, if I need more limestone over there, I can go grab it from the other spot. Because that little divot with them is also there. You know, we could do some more MAM stuff here for the next few minutes. Because I don't think I've unlocked radar towers. Yeah. Radar tower technology, which would be helpful for some of the planning. I already know all the nodes up here, so that's not an issue. I just need to have the radar tower. It'll also help with the map, because as it is, I've been further around in all those places. It just doesn't show up. I don't know why the game does that. It's annoying to me, but pretty sure they have their reasons. Let's see, it'd be under quartz. Add to my to-do list. I think I'm missing the 50 heavy modular frames. I think I have everything else though. That's why I hadn't done it. Okay. Yeah, we have 27. We have the computers and crystal oscillators, but we don't have those frames. Okay, so we're going to have to not have that right now, unfortunately. Okay, let's go do some speleology. Because I do have that as well. One other thing to do here, which is go and I think I want to put a miner on it, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna actually do anything with it. Also, it helps if you check and make sure you have the parts on you to do it, which I do not. Alrighty. Even though I have the recipe and stuff, I have to handcraft my sand fluctuators for now. I think I want to grab enough stuff to make a large bin, as well as that. And it's 120 a minute. And I forget how much sand you need. I think it's 30. I don't think there's room in there for that. Opening codex. 60 per minute, so 2 constructors. Because we want to make sure we have enough stuff to do everything. And we'll need that for... There will need to be power poles. And iron plates. And cable. Over here is our cable. Yeah, because they do need a few power poles. Since the power line kind of goes close by, I think it should be okay. I don't think I'm going to have to go too far for that. Should be down this way. I do have the detonator, so the gas should be less problematic this time. There we have a few of those. That one didn't go. There we go. Don't remember if there was more further down or not. But then we keep going this way. I forgot about last stream that I had that. Oh yeah, there's a summer slug over here. And then we need to get rid of that guy. I think we get rid of all of them. Let me grab that. Keep doing that. Might as well grab this while we're here.
This bleeding temple hums a resonant song. The effigy only sings when you compose.
I was not built to use organic components for communication. I am adjusting.
The effigies make a flow. You are not the current?
I am not sure what you mean. I do run on a current. I am a digital construct.
Reanimated sand. 120. So we need splitter. That is not how we do that. I don't have a ton of any of those, so and industrial bin. I mean, I could go really cheeky and just shove it straight in both holes, but in fact, I'm gonna have to do it that way. Fine. It's janky, but it works. I still need it. I don't have any. Fine. I'll go grab the stuff for that, and then I'll work my way back and bring the rods with me. You know what? I'm gonna put that in there. Bring my power poles with me. But that is the bottom of the hole under the arch. Fortunately, I know that there's a power line not too awfully far up the hill here from when I ran the power to our temporary .tm steel plant. think I just need those. Then I think we'll be good. Don't think it really matters which set I take it off of. This is probably technically closer. And then from this point it gets weird because the cable's going to be running through some walls. Not my favorite, but it works, I suppose. I'm going to leave the ramp up to the other one, but I think I'm going to go grab the stuff from up there. And it's only 120 a minute, and these do 60 each, so. But that's a Mark III belt, because that's what I had in my pockets. Eventually, I'm going to not have the production be in there, but for now, it'll do. It'll have to do for now. And then I also don't have any production of Caterium stuff going right now, so that is on my to-do list. It's getting rather lengthy, I know, but that is something we need to do. I think I'm going to use the zip line to get up there. At least up to there. So this is what the one with the platform is for. Oh, it's on the other side. Oh well. Put the chainsaw in there for now. Not the fastest way to get up here, but it works. So originally I was going to put the power towers on that side, but it's pretty far from the ground. Also, most of what we're working on is like over here. So, for now. Also, they look kind of weird because they're just on the ground, but that's okay. With the fluids in this game, one of the things I've found is with the liquids in particular, there's some advice that is very true. Always have it go downhill into the machines. And I've found that every machine that I do that with works 100%. With the machines that I come up from below, it usually doesn't work very well. But also, your mileage will probably vary. Eventually, I'll probably use some belts and stuff and get this hooked up, but for now, I'm just gonna grab the gubbins and shove them in my pocket. Because I don't need that up here anymore, or that. Pick up all the miners. And that should be everything. Ah, yeah. There's a crash site over there, but it's a little on the radioactive side. 0 out of 10, do not recommend going over there. Until you have the hazmat suit and the filters. I think I've seen it historically. Somebody didn't want that synthetic fabric stuff recipe, but it turns out that's actually kind of an important one because it lets you auto-craft those without having to go and grab mushrooms. Mycelia. It's almost like I've done this a few times here, so kind of weird that, huh? And the only way for this to not be as effective as it is would be to have the power usage cranked up so that the water extractors and everything need more power. Otherwise, I don't think anything really affects it all that much. Or going the other way, too. Climb up the tower. Head back over there. I think I'm going to turn it into the reanimated SAM before I do anything with it. I don't think I'm ready to make it all into SAM fluctuators. Although I think I probably could. Uh-oh. Went too far. I think I'm going to dump it into the awesome sink. If I remember right, the default recipe is 4 SAM makes 1 reanimated SAM. And then the sloops cut that in half, so it's 2 to 1 when you don't use the game mode stuff. And then in this case, because I've got it set to 0.5, with the sloops, it's actually a 1 to 1. For every SAM you use, you need... Right, I'll get there. For every reanimated SAM you want, you use exactly 1 SAM, which is really nice. Not the best you can do. I don't know that the 0.25 uses even less, but it's only set to 0.5. Get myself all situated here. Maybe go on a spending spree because we should have a bunch of coupons. into the awesome sink. Let's see. Put that away, that away. Yeah, that's the rods, right? Yeah. Alright, let's go grab our components out of here. Or did I put them? What did I do with them? Or, no. I didn't have any. That's what it was. Okay. Put that into there. So, easier tracking of all of it. Oh! I have enough for an elevator. That's a knocking elevator.
Due to Pioneer request and several reported issues with staircases, there is now a more efficient solution. The Fix-It personnel elevator ensures
Yeah,
optimal
universal.
safety by putting
Which
a
we
Pioneer
don't
in a box
have.
controlled by a rudimentary AI, specialized in soothing a straining mind. Exposure to a Fix-It personnel elevator is recommended to be a minimum of 2 minutes per day for optimal gain.
I think one of the things I may work on this between streams is I need to fix this because this is just getting frustrating for me. Well, yeah, I say getting frustrating. It's been frustrating for a little bit, but it's been one of those. It's early game. I don't think there's anything I can do over here at the moment. I think it's through the rebargain. We'll go there eventually. Because I think I do want to do all of the research in this playthrough. You know, I won't be able to build one, but I think I could probably do that. That and that. What was the other stuff? Let's go. Let's go over here. 50 computers, which I know we have. Finding them is a different matter, but we do have it. And then the issue there is I just don't have a crafting table handy. Let's grab our portable one. Actually, before we take it, let's go fuel it up. 'Tis low on fuel. Take our portable crafting bench. That way we don't have to build anything, and it'll be close-ish to that. We definitely do not have enough summer slips to actually build one. But if we can research it, let's go ahead and do that real quick. It's gonna take a couple of minutes to get it done. I think I'd have to wait on the radar tower anyways, because I think I need to have the heavy modular frames to be able to build the thing. That's not what I wanted. That should be plenty. I'm just gonna throw it away. Not terribly important. Wire on me. Never mind. I was gonna play it smart, but apparently not. I do have a little bit of wire. Have to handcraft it. I'm just gonna handcraft it until I run out of materials here. Probably run out of wire first. And then save the extras for, like, making more of those other bins. Unfortunately, with this, you kind of have to handcraft all of it. Well, that goes. I might as well clear out some of the notifications on Discord. I'm guessing that she's no longer on ISV. Yeah, that's the source we're gonna get with that for now. Let us get the alien power augmenter unlocked.
Power augmenter unlocked. Summer sloops naturally harvest.
Harvest.
Yes, harvest energy from distant sources and distribute it locally. The power augmenter supercharges Summersloops by feeding it local power, increasing its harvesting range and efficiency, and thus power output. Basically, the more power it's given, the more it provides.
Do not loop the loop organ. It will shred and tear and unravel the threads, many temples burned.
Good to know, that confirms that hypothesis.
Put that in there. Is there any more of those left? I don't know. I also think I want to climb up there and look at that. I don't need to be down there for that, but I do need to be down there for the actual container. I'm not sure how I'm going to run it, but I do want to run a train around the whole world, and this may be in the way. Yeah, coming along nicely. On that side and on that side. Everything running 100%, looks like. The end ones probably aren't, just because it's got a long ways for all the materials to go, and that tends to starve the end machines when you do long manifolds. Yeah. It's one of the drawbacks of not load balancing it. If you load balance everything, it actually does make a huge difference down the road. Because you'll have, you know, you're supposed to be getting X amount of stuff, and it makes sure that it stays steady. Although it'd probably also help if I fed it all from the same end. That'd probably help too. That should be done. Right? Yeah. I do have a couple more tickets. It's not gonna spend it all in one place. Don't think I want the metal pillar. I think I'm gonna grab the frame pillars first, because I use those a lot for decorative detailing. Which is under architecture, yeah. With the other pillars. Big pillars and small pillars. Any hoozle. 23. Wow. Almost a full day. Maybe I should have gone with an upgrade on the speed there. Or maybe I couldn't. No, I have immersive spheres. Before I go too crazy, let's do that. Let's make it a little bit faster. Missing materials? Missing what? It wants more than what I had in my inventory. Okay.
Dimensional upload speed increased. All of the kinetic and thermal
not
energy
much
released
faster,
during
but a
matter
little bit.
conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing several parts to pass through, for free.
The window is beautiful. Have you tried making a door?
I assure you that would be a most unhealthy action for the pioneer to take.
Whee! Crunch. It's that sound faster. I believe that only bumps it up to 60. That's 120 and it's 240. We're getting there slowly. I'm gonna have to go Mercer sphere hunting at some point. There's a lengthy list of stuff to do. Anyways, I think I am going to call it for today. I shall be live again tomorrow at roughly the same time for this month of May.